Whoa. Hello. That was not supposed to happen. How's everybody doing today? What's up, Thurlo? What's up, Rasta, JR, Enkthar, 10 bucks, Mark, Saladino, Zia, Garrus, Shepherd, Asterix. I hope everyone is doing well today. I forgot to do that. I also need to do this. Hold on. Let's here. That's that. Perfect. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Started a bit later than usual. I was watching the Xbox showcase. I figured everyone would be watching it anyway, so there was no point in going live when, you know, I wasn't gonna watch it on stream myself, so might as well everyone watches it in their own time. I'm gonna go over it slightly because I wanna. There's a few things we can talk about. What's up, Mikael? What's up, Credo? And then we'll see if we get to play some Elden Ring today. We have a whole bunch of stuff to do, so I don't know. What's up, Anubis? Outer Wilds 2, Outer World 2, sorry. That would have been a good news. Outer Worlds, well, actually, yeah, no, I don't want Outer Worlds 2. That game was perfect. Let's not touch it. Outer Worlds 2, I have absolutely no interest in playing that, of course. I thought the first game was mediocre, as everything Obsidian does, always, so not really any interest as far as I'm concerned. But I'm sure many people are excited. So, Outer Worlds 2, it is what it is. There's this weird game that they showed a trailer for called Resonance, which apparently is a Plague Tale spin-off. It didn't look like a Plague Tale game. I haven't played the Plague Tale games, but as far as I understand, they're like medieval, you know, like sort of Last of Us walking sim stealth games, right? That's my understanding of what Plague Tale is. This one looked like a sci-fi thing, like a sci-fi fantasy thing. So I was very, very puzzled that it was a Plague Tale spin-off, apparently. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're cooking here. They haven't shown very much of it, about it, so I don't know what it is. Sup Anubis, sup Psycho Rider. Feeling a bit weird, muscle ache. Don't get sick. Other than that, I'm okay. How are you today? I don't know. I'm here. So you know, I'm just showing up. I did go to sleep pretty early. I slept a lot, but not so well. I don't know. I'm here. That's the best I can offer right now. Ask me again in a couple hours. What's up, Fungus? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea how it connects. Like, it's a really weird thing. But, I mean, visually, what they showed looked pretty neat, right? Plague Tale stuff. I don't know. It looked like a slightly sci-fi fantasy thing, but at the same time, well, actually, well, yeah, there's a thing with like light strings and everything. Like, it looks so weird. But there's also like gladiator imagery. I really don't know what they're doing. The Republic of Gamer Steam Deck basically is what it is. I'm not too interested about it. Obviously, I saw that they target 720p gameplay on that machine, which I think in 2025 is crazy. 720p gameplay, even on like a small device, like that feels kind of underwhelming. Just me, or I don't know. I think it's ridiculous. But what's up, X? The only interesting thing about that, the only reason why people cared about that announcement was because they were showing Silksong on the machine, right, while they were doing it. Which, again, it's... They said Silksong will be playable on this machine day one when it comes out. which, as far as I can tell, based on like the industry conversation, means somewhere in December. They're trying to release that thing for Christmas. It's still not a release date, though. I still do not believe Silksong will be coming out in 2025, by the way. I've been saying that since the moment they showed it at the Nintendo thing. I do not believe that game is coming out this year. They're being way too vague with the release date. They're just like, they're using it as a prop, right? For basically advertising other things. Switch 2, now this garbage knockoff Steam Deck or whatever. It's a Bullvine. I do not believe the game's coming out this year. What I'm thinking is gonna happen is that they're using it for advertisement, and then at some point in October or November, we'll get an update from Team Cherry, and they'll be like, hey, we know you're all super excited about this. We still need more time. The game's coming out next year. And then we'll see what happens next year. That's my prediction. I do not think Silksong's coming out this year, but quote me on that on December 31st at 11:59. They will shadow drop it with a trailer. I mean, you never know these days. It seems like people enjoy the shadow dropping more and more, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Yeah, Switch 2 can do 2K 60 FPS. Yeah, it's weird. What's the issue with HDMI, and isn't HDMI what you would use for 4K anyway at this point? I don't know. I understand there's different standards, but no, I realize that, XQC. I do not believe it's coming out this year. Until Team Cherry themselves announced a release date, right? I do not believe it's coming out this year until that happens. And even then, at this point, there's no reason why we would get a release date in the first half of the year. That's what I said, I think, earlier this year. If we get a release date in the first half of the year, it's getting delayed. If we're getting it in the second half of the year, then there's a chance it's coming out. So if at some point after July we get a release date, I will be like, okay, I'm pretty sure now it's gonna come out. Right? But even if we had gotten a release date today, I would be like, you know what? I still think it's gonna be delayed. But I'm a skeptic. Don't, you know. Would they announce a release date for the release date announcement? No. I wish. The problem for me is that they're being way too vague with it. The fact that they refuse to have a release date on screen, to me, tells me that they know that it's, you know, it's likely not coming out. To me, it's some legality bullshit, right? They're trying to not dip their toes too hard. They're like, oh yeah, it's gonna come out with that machine, whatever. That's just a passing statement. Then if the if the actual like developer or publisher comes out and like, oh yeah, no, it's not coming out this year, they can be like, oh, whatever. If they drop they can't drop a release date without the actual, you know, publishing department being like, it's coming out, it's in the pipeline now, it's coming out on this date. Right, they can't do that without that approval. And the fact that there's none yet, and they're quote-unquote announcing a 6-month release window, nah, I don't believe it. But anyway, hopefully I'm wrong. Because, again, if the game comes out in the winter this year, you know, December or something, it means I can play it next year. At some point after the summer. Or in the summer. Something like that. I don't know. But anyway, that's it about Silksong. Again, if it comes out this year, I'll admit that I was wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be wrong there. What's the next thing? Oh, that was a... Oh yeah, Blood of the Dawnwalkers. That's those are the Witcher, some of ex-Witcher devs, right? The Rebel Wolves thing. Apparently, that's some Witcher devs that split away from CDPR or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. It looks okay. It's a vampire game. Why not? What's up, Rico? Super Meat Boy 3D, which I will admit I did not expect. I didn't think that was even a thing. It looks okay, I guess. I don't know, it feels like Super Meat Boy's gameplay works in 2D. I'm not sure how it will translate in 3D. Like, the sort of precision platforming in 3D is kind of weird. But... Ninja Gaiden 4, I don't care too much about that, but I'm sure a lot of people are excited. Indiana Jones DLC, I haven't played the main game yet, so I'll play the base game at some point. It looks okay. Oh yeah, and then there's that crazy In Exile game, the Clockwork... What's it called again? Clockwork something? That game looked crazy. That game looked crazy. That trailer did not want to end. That thing lasted for so long. It looks cool. Looks like a Dishonored, Bioshock-esque thing a little bit. Some Fallout, maybe like gun crafting elements and all that. I don't know. It seemed okay. What else? A lot of sequels, really. That Rick and Morty voiced game, like what was it called again? High on Life 2, then the one with the smaller Grounded 2, right? There was a lot of little sequels of games that I don't really care much for, so yeah, whatever. Chronos: The New Dawn, sci-fi horror thing, looks alright, I guess. I will say, there is this thing happening right now where there's so many sci-fi horror games coming out that all look sort of the same. It feels like Dark Fantasy 3 years ago. You remember when, like, about 3 years ago, I think we were watching the Game Awards with Naz, and every trailer was a Dark Fantasy Souls-like action RPG, right? And they all looked the same. And we were mentioning that on stream. We were like, oh, it kind of all looked the same. And now the same's happening with sci-fi horror. The same's happening with sci-fi horror. All those games look sort of similar, and I don't know. They you know, I'm still interested because I'm sure some of them will be good, and I'm not mad about that. So we'll see. What's up, Azatod? Elder Scrolls Online stuff, I don't give a shit. Aphelion, okay, that one looked pretty cool. I don't know exactly what it's going to be like, that Dontnod game, right? Sci-fi-esque, space exploration or whatever. That one seemed cool. Fallout 76 gets fishing. Yeah, I couldn't care less. Yeah, that Planet of Lana thing, well, I'm going chronologically, so please do not, you know, one after the other. I haven't heard about I'm sure I've heard about the first one at some point, but for some reason it completely, you know, flew under my radar, even though it looks like some, you know, it reminds me of Another World or Heart of Darkness, you know, those old French infogram games, you know, that sort of created that cinematic platforming genre. You know, Flashback, all those old games. And so I'm a little surprised that I've completely missed Planet of Lana, because that shit looks really fucking cool. The second one looked awesome, so I don't know. Maybe I should look into the first one eventually. Not sure if it's something I would stream or if I want to play it offline. It's so hard for me to add games to the games that I want to stream at this point, because Elden Ring is going to take... It's such a massive thing that we're in the middle of right now. And we already know about Blueprints being in the pipeline and Expedition 33 being in the pipeline. So it's hard for me to, you know, like, think of streaming anything else. It's like the Indiana Jones game is something that I have on my radar to potentially stream, but it's like, I don't know when I'm gonna have time to do so. What's up, Tixar? What's up, Whofox? What's up, Emp? Are you good in Souls-likes? I don't know. I'm okay, I guess. If you keep watching, you'll see me play, and you can make your own opinion. I'm not a challenge runner or anything, but... Oh, something about Age of Mythology, right? Yeah. Like a DLC or something to the remake. I don't really know what they're doing with this. I don't care much for it. What was that? Anima. Oh yeah, that Anima, that's the sort of Pal World game that I guess they wanted to make, and because like Pal World came out, right? And then Nintendo was sort of upset about it. But now even Xbox is making their own Animo it's called. I guess Nintendo trying to scare off people with the Pal World suit didn't do very much. Some Tony Hawk bullshit, who gives a crap? Today there was a rumor that Bethesda is going to announce Elder Scrolls 6. That was, again, fake. Yeah, but you people... you people need to stop drinking the Kool-Aid all the time. Every time there's an announcement show coming up, a showcase, the same thing's happening every time. Bloodborne 2, if it's Sony related. Elder Scrolls 6, if it's Xbox, Bethesda related. And what else? And I guess you sprinkle some Silk Song on top of that. Like, every fucking time, people think they're gonna announce something even though there's literally no evidence for it whatsoever. It's people drinking the fucking Kool-Aid of the bullshit you hear on social media and the internet. I personally haven't heard any rumor that they were gonna announce anything Elder Scrolls related. I didn't think they would. If they did, good. You get the surprise. But I don't think there was any reasonable expectation that they would do that, since Starfield came out last year, and that's pretty much when they actually started developing Elder Scrolls 6 for real. They claim to actively work on Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, but they really only fully started development on it after Starfield came out. That was last year. They're not gonna show a game that's still years away from release. That makes no sense. What's up, Jode? If you make the same prediction over and over, you'll eventually be correct. That is true. Yeah, just be reasonable. I don't know. Believe the rumors that say, hey, there's gonna be another Call of Duty game announced. This way, every year you can be right. Life is all about managing expectations, okay? Yeah, but that's the thing, Asterisk. People need to stop looking at that shit. Every time people fall for that. Oh my god, Steam updated something. That shit gets updated all the time for whatever reason there is. None of it means anything until it actually does. It's just that, I don't know, people do not know how to be patient anymore. That's the ultimate problem. People cannot be patient anymore. They want to fucking huff on the copium every fucking day. What happens to just being in an open posture of acceptance? You just wait and see what happens, right? And if it gets announced, you get to be excited with everyone else. And if it's not, You don't, after that, go on the internet like, oh my god, they lied to us. No, they didn't. You just got fooled by some fucking idiots who made up some shit on the internet. People treat everything like a personal insult. Oh yeah, the craziest thing I've seen out of the fucking Silksong community over the weekend was, oh, they're exploiting the fan base to advertise for other stuff. Exploiting the fan base. As if, you know, like, what do you want them to do? Like, pay you something for, you know, oh, we're gonna talk about Silksong, so if you're a fan of Silksong, you're entitled to compensation. It's like babies that are finally growing up enough to realize that, oh, geez, the gaming industry isn't our friend. They're big-ass corporations trying to make a bunch of money. Big news. I know, groundbreaking. People were so mad because they apparently made a joke at Summer Game Fest the other day. I haven't watched the show live. I only saw like the announcements and all that. They apparently made a joke about Silksong, you know, like, oh, we skipped the Silksong trailer for this or whatever. And people got so upset about it. It's a fucking joke. It's funny because, you know, the game keeps not being announced and there's no release date or anything. Just laugh about it. It's so much more fun than being mad all the time. I don't know. What's up, Quasi? How are you doing today? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a teaser, right? Like an announcement teaser. Jesus, like, think back to the Last Guardian days or Final Fantasy, what eventually became Final Fantasy 15, right? That was initially like 13 verses or whatever. Those games were teased 10 years before they came out. It's okay. It'll eventually come out. It's gonna be fine. There's plenty of games coming out. You don't have to get upset about everything. What's up, Slide? How are you doing? The Witcher 4 tech demo. Oh yeah, I saw a whole thing about some studios like Owlcat stick to release it. I mean, most studios stick to release dates. Those are two very different things. You realize that as a thought, right? Some games get delayed. That's a thing, you know, that happens. Especially, I mean, I think it happens less now, but obviously during the COVID days, you know, there was a lot of delays all the time. So, but that makes sense, you know, it was a different context. But that's exactly why they don't announce release dates randomly like idiots, right? Because they're only gonna put a release date down when they know the game's coming out at this point. Because people get so upset when there's delays, even when there's a very good reason for it. So at this point, they're like, you know, we're just not gonna show a release date anymore. Some studios are scared to postpone the release of the release if the game is raw and release it. I don't know why. Well, I mean, surely you must know why. I'll give you one guess. Yeah, Psycho Rider got it. Money. In any case, the reason is money. It always comes down to money. There's different flavors of why it's about money, right? It could be running out of budget. It could be, you know, the financial quarters needs that game to come out now, or the fucking release, whatever. Yeah, it could be many reasons, right? But it's always ultimately about money. That's what publishers do. That's their job. They're here to make money out of the games they publish. There's no other goal for a publisher. The devs are the one trying to make the good game. The publishers are the one trying to make the money with it. Two very different jobs. What's up, Shazar? How are you doing? But yeah, the Witcher 4 stuff is actually kind of funny, Tixar, because I remember some people were upset because Ciri didn't look pretty enough, I guess, in the tech demo, and then they released another thing the other day. And people were like, oh my god, they finally listened to us gamers and made Ciri look good again. They didn't change anything. Some of the devs literally had to come out on social media and be like, oh, we didn't change anything. That's the same model. It's just a different lighting situation or whatever. Which, to me, is a perfect representation of, you know, the general... The greater social media gaming community right now. Bunch of people have no clue what they're talking about. But that's even a different thing, Shepard, because the Witcher 3 trailers were pre-rendered, I think, not in engine, and then you got the in-engine version. In this case, it's not even that. Both the trailer we had seen was in engine, and the new like stuff they've shown was in the same engine with the exact same model. It was just a different lighting. But I guess that's a little too much to ask for, you know, people who, you know, feel upset because their video game character crush isn't as attractive as they would like. They you know, I guess lighting is enough to fool them. But anyway, all this to say, ultimately, just people need to fucking chill and stop expecting miracles every time. I expected nothing of this entire week of announcement. Literally nothing. If you would have asked me, what would you like to see between the State of Play and the game Summerfest, I would have said, I would love to see more Ceros. That'd be great. I'm interested about, you know, I'm interested in that game. And there was another one. What was it? Intergalactic. I would have loved to see some intergalactic stuff at the State of Play. Right? But that's just a posture of, yeah, it would be nice. But I'm not like, oh my god, if they don't show more intergalactic, I swear to god, I'm selling my PS5 and I'm never buying anything Sony ever again. That would be completely unreasonable. You know? I'm not gonna scream about it on social media because they didn't show the game that, you know, I wanted to see. No, you just, you keep yourself in a posture of welcoming whatever comes. Acceptance. And you just enjoy whatever happens. And I had a very good week. I thought the announcement this week were great. I saw a lot of stuff that I find interesting. Mortal Shell 2 is a thing, apparently. I always said, I think the Mortal Shell combat system is awesome. I just think they need better design for levels, better level design and better encounter design, right? Because the first game had that really cool combat system, but nothing in the game really felt like I could enjoy it to the fullest. And it looks like the second one is pretty neat, so you know what? I'm excited about that one. We'll see what happens. But yeah, well, let me finish about the Xbox showcase, and then we'll talk about the Summer Game Fest proper. Oh, there was this game. What was that again? There's this platforming game that with a very cool art style by the guys of Spiritfarer. I haven't played Spiritfarer, but that aesthetically looked really cool. I don't know what the title was. I can't find the thing. At Fate's End. Sorry. That game looks visually super interesting. And I hear Spiritfarer was great. I haven't played it myself, but I hear it was great, so yeah. And then apparently they're remaking Gears of War 1, which I'm sure matters for people who enjoy that series. Persona 4 gets another remaster remake. Invincible, like a Marvel fighting game, another one. They have a lot of Marvel fighting games apparently. Well, no, Invincible is not Marvel, right? Superhero stuff, but different series. My bad. Final Fantasy remakes coming to Xbox finally, I guess. And then the big trailer at the end there, that kind of looked cool for a few seconds, right? Milo Ventimiglia, whatever, like the guy from Heroes. I was like, oh. And then whatever actress was the lady. Who was the lady actress? It kind of looked like Ana de Armas, but that can be her, right? I mean, I guess it could, but I don't think that's her. Who was it? Apparently it was someone called Kiernan Shipka. I don't know. I'm just Googling it. Anyway, Milo Ventimiglia was in the trailer, which I thought was fascinating. For a second, I was almost like, is that a new David Cage game? You know, like the futuristic stuff and the famous looking movie stars in a, you know, sort of story thing. I almost thought it was going to be a new David Cage game. I was ready to be really fucking excited about that. At this point in my life, I know David Cage games suck, but I'm so excited to play them. Don't ask me to explain, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I know it's gonna suck, but I really want to play it. It's like if Tommy Wiseau, you know, announced a new movie. I would be like, oh my god, please tell me he didn't get any help making it. I want it to be like a proper Tommy Wiseau movie. I want people who are bad at doing things that I can enjoy. I don't know. Maybe it's me getting old and wise. You know, there's enjoyment to be had in bad things. So anyway, yeah, of course, Psycho Rider, but you never know, right? Could be like they're big enough now after Detroit and all the money they made to have like 2 different teams, right? Probably. So, and I'm sure David Cage is crazy enough to think he can direct 2 games at once. So yeah, I would also have been surprised, but you never know these days. Yeah, no, exactly, Quasi. It's never gonna be boring. I absolutely agree with that. David Cage games will never be boring, and I think that's a quality that in my advanced age I can appreciate. I would take that over another Call of Duty game, which it turned out that trailer was just Black Ops 7, which honestly surprised me because I thought Black Ops 6 just came out. But I guess they're making one every year at this point, right? So whatever, it's a new Call of Duty game. It's gonna be a Call of Duty game. Whatever, if you like them, you like them. If you don't, you don't. You already know if you're gonna enjoy it or not, right? I don't think there's much mystery there. And then they had a long hour, I mean, I think it may still be going, but they had an hour-long presentation for Outer Worlds 2 or whatever. I don't know. It's gonna be fine, I guess. Yeah, so that's about it for this. And then the other day was Summer Game Fest. Let me find a list of every game announced again, so we can, you know. Oh! There was one tonight that they announced as well. Beast of Reincarnation. Which apparently is a Game Freaks game, which is very weird, because I thought Game Freaks was only making, like, Pokemon stuff. But apparently they're making something else. Something that actually looks decent. Like, you know, proper sort of... It reminded me a little bit of Shadow of the Colossus, like, aesthetically speaking. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious. I don't know, we'll see. Oh god, that is very bright. Okay, let's talk about the other showcase the other day. Let's see. This is extremely bright. I feel attacked right now. Let's see. A bunch of stuff that I don't really care about. Wu-Tang Rise of the Deceiver, which I don't know where this timeline is going, but okay. End of the Abyss, a sci-fi action RPG from Section 9 Interactive. Is Section 9 Interactive the guys that made They're from Sweden. What else did they make? I think it's their debut. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was maybe the guys that made that sci-fi Souls-like thing. But anyway, that looked neat. That looked okay. I'm cautiously interested. The Cube, I don't know how I feel about that. Atomic Heart, I heard the first one was actually pretty good. Mortal Shell 2, we talked about it. Code Vein 2, whatever. I guess some people like Code Vein, so they're going to be excited about that one. I personally didn't care for it. Another Dying Light game is coming out. Lies of P, DLC, dropped out of nowhere, right? I guess a lot of people are excited about that. Personally, again, didn't care much for Lies of P, but I understand that a lot of people are really happy about that one, so cool. A new Mafia game, apparently. Yeah. A new Onimusha game. Sure. A new Scott Pilgrim game. I didn't know we needed that, but... Stranger Than Heaven, which I guess is a new game by the Yakuza dudes. And obviously the big announcement that everyone was excited about, and the most hype excitement of this entire show. You think I'm gonna say Resident Evil 9, but that's not what I'm gonna say. Resident Evil 9 is fine. I'm sure it's gonna be great. Felt that boxing. That right there is Game of the Year, whatever year it comes out. Felt that boxing is Game of the Year, whatever year it comes out. I don't care. There is not a thing that I can imagine coming out that is gonna be better than this game. I'm gonna say something crazy. I think it is the best looking video game I have ever seen. And I mean that. I think it is the best looking video game I have ever seen in my entire life. It looked real. Yes, it is the first time where I was looking at a thing and I was like, there's no way that's a fucking video game. They had to make the advertisement with puppets. It legitimately looked like a puppet show, like a, you know, like a Jim Henson set or whatever. I have never seen anything look better than this. I watched that trailer so many times, and I was looking at all the details, and I was pausing, and I was doing all my, you know, like meticulous fucking work watching that trailer. I haven't found a single thing that screamed, oh yeah, that's a video game. That's not real. They could come out tomorrow and say, oh, by the way, this was not an engine thing. We kind of wanted to swerve everyone. That was actually like a puppet advertisement thing, like with real puppets, and I would totally believe it. That shit looked insane. What's up, No You? How are you doing? So yeah, Felt That Boxing is the game that I'm most excited about coming out ever. What's up, Captain Dex? Yeah, the puppet boxing thing. I don't even care. Like, it looks like a Punch-Out type thing, right? That's obviously the inspiration. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much charm in this, in the trailer and the characters and everything. Like I said, I think it's the best looking game I've ever seen. On a technical standpoint, I've never seen anything quite like it. Anyone has a link to the trailer? Hold on. Felt That Boxing. Hold on. Don't move. I rarely do that. But for this, we're doing it. Oh, this is the transparency thing. How do I do this? Hold on. If I turn off the game capture, bam. Okay, that should be good. All right. Look at this fucking trailer.
fuzzy, the tournament of a million punches, you'll get yourself killed!
All right, you little sick of fuzzy shit. Show me what you got. What? If you're gonna be champ, we gotta transform you. Why are you even here? Don't waste my time!
Save us, Fuzzy, or we'll die!
Attaboy. Attaboy. Eat bread, grab burnt toast, carb load. This meat ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jab, jab, jab.
Dude. I'm telling you, this is game of the year, whatever game it comes out. Whatever year it comes out. There's nothing that can beat that. It's so insane. No, but, you know, what am I trying to say? Hyperbole aside, tell me this doesn't look like absolutely like rad. It's super funny. It's unique. Like there's literally nothing ever that looked like that. And it just like aesthetically it looks just absolutely incredible. Yeah, the fucking animation when he's like plunging the toilet. It is so funny. What's up, Tylers? How are you doing? Slapstick, pretty hard to pull off in video games. Sure, looks promising. Yeah, no, I mean it. Again, I think it's the best looking video game I've ever seen. Technically speaking, I haven't seen a game before that fooled me that it was actually real life to that level. It legitimately looks like real puppets being animated. They nailed the animation so well. Yeah. I think the only thing, and you know, that's a kind of a detail, but the only thing where you can sort of tell video game is on the end of the fuzz. Like there's one scene where you see the main character and you can sort of tell the DLSS bullshit happening in his hair. That's the only part that, you know, I was kind of like, there seems to be some fuzziness here, no pun intended. But yeah. Super impressive. Great aesthetic. Unique concept. Love it. Some familiarity, you know, with the punch out thing. So I don't know. I personally, color me excited. It is the game that I'm most excited about. Subnexus, what color would excitement be? I don't know. Yellow? I have no idea. Yeah, good to know. Hold on. I'm coughing a lot today. I hope it's not the same thing that I had. When was it? Was it last year or earlier this year when I had like coughing issues for a while? How you did, well. Good to know that I can use my I can use my notes overlay to show a video if I want to. So that's good. I just need to remove whatever's in the background because of the transparency, and then I can use it as a quick solution to showcase a trailer. Love that. But yeah, I mean, other than that, great week for game announcements. Definitely a lot of interesting stuff were shown. Yeah. What's everyone's most exciting announcement of the week after everything that came out? Stoner. Resident Evil 9. Man, I wish I cared for Resident Evil still at this point. I really haven't been interested in Resident Evil after OG2 back in the day, honestly. Maybe at some point I'll get the bug again. And I'll be like, you know what? Let me play some of the Resident Evil games that I've missed over the years. Maybe I should start with playing the Resident Evil 2 remake. Maybe that'll get me excited for Resident Evil again. And then maybe do 3 and 4. I don't know. Resident Evil 4 back in the day was a complete bust for me. It's when I basically dropped the series. Like, I wasn't a big fan of 3, Nemesis. I thought it was okay, but it felt like a less interesting Resident Evil 2, right? And then when 4 came out, well, Code Veronica came out first, right? That one was okay, but I remember being kind of bored of it pretty quickly. And then 4 came out, and that's when I was like, yeah, this is not Resident Evil in the way I like it anymore. I don't know. I've always said that, but it felt like Resident Evil 4 is when the series went from somewhat, you know, grounded, horror, slow-paced, with like the sci-fi edge to it, with the, you know, the secret labs and all that stuff happening, to basically just a fantasy, you know, theme park. I don't know if it's Resident Evil 4 felt like a fantasy theme park. It didn't really feel like Resident Evil to me anymore. That's just a personal opinion, of course. So yeah, I never played 5, 6, 7, or 8. I've seen a little bit of 7 and 8, but yeah, the first-person Switch, I haven't tried to play them. Maybe I would enjoy them a little bit. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get to them. The walk game? The big walk? Big walk. What is that? Did I miss it? Big walk game. Walk. A cooperative multiplayer adventure about teamwork and talking. Is that something they just announced at the Summer Game Fest? Yeah, it seems to be, apparently. I missed that one. I didn't see the show live. I watched some of the trailers after I came back home. So oh yeah, that seems neat. Seems unique for sure. No? No? Good silly time with friends? Hell yeah. Jeez, I keep sneezing, I'm coughing. Am I sick? What the hell? Oh, come on. Damn it. Apparently my controller decoupled from my PC and it's now starting my PS4. 5. 1 second. How do I deal with this? Hay fever? No, I'm not. I'm not allergic. I would be dying if I was allergic. I live in the middle of the, countryside forests. There's like tons of fields around, cereal fields and all the stuff. I would literally be dying. Nope, I do not want my PS5 to be turned on. Let's enter rest mode, shall we? Thank you. Okay, now, how do I get my controller to work on PC again? I hate that I have to do that so many times. Feels like I keep having to do this shit. Bluetooth devices, DualSense not connected. Remove. What's the buttons you need to press again to connect? Is it like the share button and the PlayStation button? I think that's it. That did not work. Hold on. Also, I love that every time I connect and disconnect my controller, it literally interrupts the sound because it thinks it's a sound device. God, when did computers become so complicated? Okay, it's flashing. Add device. Bluetooth. DualSense controller. Connected. We're doing it, gamers. It's happening. Hello? Elden Ring? Oh, there it is. Oh, geez, what is that? Oh, it's an alert! Thank you, Seraphin, for the tier 2. 14 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Seraphin. You will be remembered. Why is the sound bugging again? God, I fucking hate... I hate that a controller is a fucking sound device. See, every time I connect it or disconnect it, it just glitches the sound. Am I getting old, chat? Is that why I'm getting upset at everything related to technology? Is this what getting old feels like? What's up, Vishal? I deactivated the sound device in Device Manager. Yeah, that's what I did, but I'm assuming I need to do it again because, you know. You're old, but in the best way, don't worry. Thank you, yikes. I'm assuming it worked again because I had to reinstall it, right? Where do I find that sound? No, it's not even there. Because I cut down everything I didn't need in my sound devices because I hate when my sound devices are getting taken over. So I remember disabling everything. Yeah. Disable, disable, disable. Whatever. I don't care. I love that you put 3 lemons in your title. They look like lemons. They're meant to be yellow circles. Everyone puts a red circle in their title when they want to be fancy. I was like, why does everyone put a red one? I know it's because of technically the live symbol is a red circle, right? But I felt like yellow was better. More unique. More noticeable. How are you, White Wolf? Good to see you. Daniel out there making executive decisions. Oh, man. You have no idea the kind of executive decisions I would be making right now if I was listening to myself. I thought that was representing the sun. I'm okay with everyone having their own interpretation. That's kind of the point of the Souls games, isn't it? Lemons, the sun, random yellow circle, whatever. It is what you want it to be. To me, it's a bait. It's trying to attract the attention of viewers more easily in the list. That's the only purpose it has. Yellow light for slow down. I like that. Actually, that's not a terrible metaphor. Well, symbolism, I guess. Yeah, I'm alright, White Wolf, I guess. I'm alive, I don't know. I show up. I'm showing up. That's what I'm doing today. I started way later than usual because of the Summer Game Fest, you know, and every time I start my stream, even like, you know, half an hour later, you know it's gonna be a slow one. I don't know. I don't get any sort of leeway when it comes to that shit. I'm not like certain streamers who can afford to just go live whenever at any time of the day, and they just, you know, they get the same, you know, numbers regardless. I don't get that privilege, unfortunately. If I'm 30 minutes late, everyone forgets I exist. It's okay. That's on me, because typically when I'm, you know, if I'm not live within the 30 minutes where I'm supposed to be live, I do not come live. Although this time I warned people because of the Xbox thing. Oh well. Thank you, Thurlow. That's a good link. It seems the world holds the Swiss to a standard. I guess so. Time to organize the notes. Oh god, I don't want to do that. Do we have to? We kind of have to, right? Yeah, my notes are a mess right now. Let's see. Yep. I can't even tell where things are supposed to be anymore. What the fuck is happening here? See, that's kind of the size of the... I kind of want everything to be at that size. That actually would not be too bad, I think. I typically go only vertical, right, with my notes, and you just scroll down. So that's why I have those little thin boxes. But I think for something with that much text and that many notes, I'm gonna have to organize horizontally. Are you liking the game so far? I love it. Yeah, it's a great game. I mean, I'm still playing and taking a bunch of notes after 150 hours, so I would assume that. Although that's not necessarily. I've played over 100 hours of Baldur's Gate 3, and we know how little I enjoyed that. So. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the notes changing sizes. Some of them are just randomly changing size. Not sure what that's about. But yeah, we need to organize those notes. I am not looking forward to that. I'm not gonna lie. This seems like crazy work. We should be doing that today, right? That seems like the plan. I was so excited. I'm so excited to explore the lakes. It's called Liurnia of the Lakes. I don't see the lakes right now, but I'm sure they're here somehow. Okay. Let us go to the Table of the Lost Grace. Interesting. I never thought about the fact that it was called Table of Lost Grace. Why Table of Lost Grace? Interesting. What's up, Ray Rune? How are you doing today? Yeah, I think we're gonna chill in Round Table while we do the note. Yeah. Oh, actually, I have the perfect spot for this. You know where we're going to... Oh, sorry, books. We're going to go in the nerd quarters. We're going to a little desk here, maybe. Imagine if you could sit on the chairs. How cool that would be. This is the perfect spot to do the nerdy shit, right? There's a little fire next to us. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Cozy by the fire, exactly. Let's see, how do the notes look like? That's a bit too bright. I don't want the background to be too bright while I'm doing mostly note stuff. Oh my god, I'm breaking all the books. What is this? Perfect. Seems great. Our right ear is gonna get massaged by the fire. Left ear is gonna get massaged by the nerd writing in his books or something. Or reading. Well, I guess I could center it. We want the fire sound to be a little more. Alright. And now... let's find the correct emote for this. Crossed legs, maybe? Test. Yeah, that's me and my little book. Look at the book on the ground there. That's my book of notes. I've decided. What's up, Cryptsick? How are you doing today? Alright. There we are. Oh boy. I don't even know where to start. How are we supposed to do this? Okay. I think one of the basic sorting that I want to do is based on location. Some stuff has to be ordered around locations. Because whenever I don't really know where to put something, I think I'm going to put it in the area that I've discovered it, right? But then there's some stuff that's clearly more, you know, that's kind of all over the world and kind of interconnected with one another. Oh my god, I don't even know where... I don't know how to start. It's so daunting of a task. I guess let's just get into it. I mean, I already have sorted some of them out by location, right? Okay, what's up, Naz? We just talked about the Felt That earlier, Naz. We watched the trailer together after we talked about the Xbox showcase. What a game. What's on the agenda today? Well, I would like to sort out my notes finally, because it's a necessary thing that we need to do. So let's see. Okay, let's see. First things first. I'm gonna grab one of these. Oh. I hate when it does that. I think I should zoom out or something. Round table hold. What's my default? What's my default size? I need to. I think I need to change the default size of my bubble. New notes, a default width 200. What if it was 400? Seems a bit better. I think we can make it even bigger. 500. Both sides. Yeah, that seems better. Because like, say something that's big like this, and if I make it the same size as that. No, that was the other way around. How do I... Wait. Is it... Does it matter which one I'm clicking on? How does this work? Is it the first one that I click becomes the reference? It is. Okay. Ooh. Gonna be a problem. 500 seems fine. What if I... Can I cut something? Okay, let's say I do this and I cut it. Bam. And then I copy it. No, it doesn't... Oh my god. That is such a weird way for this to behave. Not a perfect software, I will say. Also, something disappeared here? Or is it under? Oh my god, something disappeared. Wait. I don't know what happened. To keep your notes for past games? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I don't delete them, so they have to be somewhere, unless I mistakenly overwrote something. But I really wish I had my Hollow Knight notes at the height of their complexity. Like, at some point, those notes were insane. What's up, Goal? How are you doing? Miss anything so far? No. I started an hour later today because I was watching the Xbox showcase. And then we just talked about it for a while, and now I'm looking at my notes and thinking of how to organize them. So no, you didn't miss anything. Okay, so those are all the characters from Roundtable. I think going by location is probably the best bet. You go by location, and then if a character moves from a location to another, you can move him in the notes, right? Because then there's always going to be like a central area that will be, and then we have all the other notes in the other locations. You know, okay, something I want to do, I want to save this as Elden Ring 2.0. Just so that the original file as it is now is saved in case I completely screw everything up. There we go. If I screw everything up, we still have the base notes, right? Or the notes still laggy? I mean, I don't know. It seems like they're lagging. They're not. There's not a sort of. It's not a rule. Like they lag when I move certain things, but not always. I don't know what creates that problem. This. This is the roundtable stuff, right? Oh, and we have Puerto Rico as well. Now at the round table. We had Nephili was at the round table too, right? I guess she's part of that now. Where is she? Nephili, yeah. And Rogier is also at the round table now. Let's see. Oh no, you can see the repeating texture. It's terrible. Oh, I missed something. Oh no, that's something else. Fine. Okay. Move things around. How big is that? Is that 500? That's even bigger. That's 500. So if I do this and then I do make same width. Bam! Ooh, nice. That works. That should be easier to organize. I wonder if I need to like so messy. See that in that situation, like it was lagging slightly, and so when I clicked away, I moved the thing. Oh shit. Okay. Oh, what is that? New note. Oh, that was my. So like the Round Table's Assassins is just more of a concept than anything. Scene. Well, unless Venture could be one. Looks like a assassin. It's combat. Doesn't talk, doesn't do it. I mean, I guess the two fingers could be associated with the Round Table too. Prepus was a reference we got from a crossbow. How do I make this go fit? Ooh, yeah, that actually. Damn. Sort of separation. What's up, Rudra? How are you doing today? I don't know where Roundtable hold should be. I think I'm not sure exactly how I'm gonna organize the whole thing ultimately, but Roundtable hold. Do I need like subcategories? Like each location then has like characters, concepts, or there was a thing we did with Cyberpunk that I liked. There was like two categories of characters, right? There was the characters that we had seen and the characters that were just mentioned. So I think making a difference between the things we've seen and the things that have just been mentioned, I think is a pretty good idea, right? There's the stuff that we've seen in person and the stuff that's just, yeah. I think that's a solid way of let's see, hold on. Characters scene. Characters mentioned. Although, is there gonna... I mean, for Roundtable, it's pretty easy, right? It's mostly characters seen. There's a couple of characters mentioned, but that's about it. Is there a way to collapse node sections in Scapple? Not that I know. Like you can stack them and everything, but it's you know, it is not a very elaborate software. What I like about it is it's very flexible and simple. It's not very complex. Like it doesn't allow for a lot of you know, nesting things and all that, which is unfortunate. So roundtable hold. Can I align this? For instance, I'm just trying something. Align left edges. Bam! Oh, so satisfying. Love it. Yeah, and that's the thing, Cryptstick. You can link both of them, and then you can have like your scalpel stuff being transferred to the corkboard as like separate notes and everything. It's not perfect, but it works. I wish the separation between bold and not bold would be a little more obvious. Okay, so Roderica, Hugh, Yalos, Fia, Nephili, Ansha, Corhin, D, Gideon, Rogier. Yep. Those are all the characters that we've seen at the Roundtable Hall. And the Roundtable Assassins, I guess they're characters that have been mentioned. Technically, it's a concept more than a character, but I guess it's okay. Can do it like that for now. Oop. What if I align left edge? Align left edge. That is not aligned. Did I miss it? I thought he was an edgelord when I first saw him. Yeah, everyone in chat was mentioning how much of an edgelord he looked like, so I guess that fit the scripture. Alright, so that would be the round table hold, and then, you know, we can leave that somewhere. I mean, I can use zoom in, zoom out later to more easily move around the notes, right? Since I'm gonna be using more horizontal, there's no need for it to be as stable as it once was. I don't know, I'm not sure if there's really a need for the separation between the characters that have been seen and mentioned. And if we're gonna need like several categories for like concepts and all that, I wonder if that's just unnecessary bloat organization-wise, but Yo, Hubs, thank you for the tier 1 37 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Stuff Tiger Hubs, you will be remembered. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, circumstances have compelled her to stay at the round table. Oh, we still don't know anything about that, huh? Wants to hold me, to share some of my vigor, to grant her the warmth of a champion in exchange for Baldakin's blessing. Deathbed companion acquires vigor from many champions so she can give it to a dead noble to bring him back to life. However, she was awakened by the guidance of grace chased from her birthplace. I wonder what she's doing with the vigor that I'm giving her. Is she sharing it with someone else? I mean, we know Rogier, you know, told her stuff in, like, confidence. He mentioned that he was talking in bed and all that. Do you think she's maybe... I'm not really asking, of course, that's a rhetorical question, but I wonder if maybe she's keeping him alive. Like, clearly he's not doing so great, right? But maybe he's being kept alive by Fia. She's giving him a bit of our vigor, you know? Told us about the black knife print impressions left by the assassins as they killed Godwin, somehow hiding the truth of the conspiracy. I mean, I think ultimately most of the notes are going to be about characters. That's what it feels like so far, right? But there's also a few concepts, and I'm not sure how to organize those. Maybe there needs to be like a concept section that's separate from the location. Or maybe the locations, separating stuff by location should be only for characters. Like when we find a character in a location, that's where we put them by and everything else. I don't know, like Stormvale Castle, for instance. It makes sense to have those notes in Limgrave. I'm making sections based on location. So it would be characters, locations, concepts. I mean, factions could be a thing, but I mean, this could be like a whole... Locations, concepts. There's not that many of them, so there's definitely... Characters are definitely the thing that takes the most space. So I think maybe... Locations, factions, and then like this. Do I need 2 boxes? How does that work again? I remember in Hollow Knight we had background shapes. That's the one. Drags note inside. Wait, if I take my notes and I drag them inside, how is it gonna... Nope, that doesn't work the way I expected it to. Hold on. Do background note. Oh, background shape around selection. Bam. Oh! Yeah. I mean, the problem with that is that we're gonna have to expand it continuously, but it kind of serves as a, you know, if I'm zoomed in and I'm moving around, I can at least see, you know, where the section for the round table ends. So that's not too bad, I don't think. How are you, Glegor? Not terrible. That's better than awful, right? Oh, Enya the finger reader. She's part of round table, right? Oh. Oop. Take same width. Put her in there. Oh yeah. Oh god, that's a thing that happens. See, I hate that because now I can't select those notes because it selects the box outside. That is not great. I need to be able to do stuff like that. So I guess we're not going to use boxes, turns out. You hold down option will let you select it. What is option? What's option? Or alt? Oh. Let's see. Damn. Alt? Nope. Does the same thing. Is that something that on Mac maybe you can do, but not on PC? I could, maybe there's a newer version of Scapple that I don't have. I'm running version 1.4.2. I don't think it's the most recent version. But maybe Mac has like more updated versions. Alright, let's see. Varnished, bloody fingers, the fingers, the 2 fingers, that needs to go in round table, I think. Prepuce, something we've seen in the round table. Well, ancient dragons, royal family, Elden Ring, Delia, Raven. Melina. So it's interesting because we haven't seen Melina at the round table, but she's the one that invited us there. And obviously she's a character that's gonna follow us around the map. So I'm almost tempted to put her in round table, even though she's technically not visible there, right? She's sort of part of that team, I guess. Like she's our link to like home, quote unquote. I think it sort of makes sense. But yeah, I think I'm gonna put her in round table for now. That's all of that is Limgrave, Castle Morn. Those are the sword monuments. We'll have to make a section for that specifically. Actually, because like Melina also has those what I've called the echoes of America so far, right? She's telling us those echoes of America in different churches. I guess those could be like the sword monuments, sort of like world notes or whatever. Okay, bam, like this. Make same width. It. That goes here. And I guess Melina can be there. Yeah, I think it does kind of fit the idea that she's part of the round table hold, I think. I'm not upset about that. And the two fingers, I guess, are a character? I mean, I mean, we can see them, so they definitely exist. Okay, that's it, I think, for the roundtable hold. Hey, we've started organizing. Look at that. We have one section that's pretty much... I mean, it's not that different, but I think if every location sort of organized that way with the larger bubbles, you know, it's going to be better, I think. It's going to be more usable. I don't know, what do we think? Little victories, yeah. I do miss the little vertical notes. I think the vertical notes are kind of neat, but this is okay, right? I mean, it's a lot of text, so I think it makes sense to have larger bubbles. Looks good, yeah. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm used to that sort of setup, very horizontal setup. It looks weird to me to have something so vertical. I'm used to the vertical setup, so it's weird to me to have something so horizontal, but I think it's fine. I'll get used to it. We need to think about practicality, as those nodes are gonna get much, much bigger, right? It's important to practical, I think. Alright. Now, we need Limgrave. So we're gonna start organizing. Actually, let me be smart about this. I'm gonna start with Caelid. Do we make Caelid and Dragon Barrow the same fucking section? No, it's two different areas. The game has two different areas, so I'm gonna make two different areas too. But I'm gonna do Caelid first because it's on the right side, so it makes sense to just send everything there, right? So we have characters, and then we have locations section. Align top edges. What goes to Caelid? Let's see. Usad Primeval Sorcerer. We found his stuff in Celia. So I guess that goes here. Celia, Town of Sorcery. Yes. Raven Mount mentioned as a place with assassins who dress as birds of prey. I don't even remember where we heard about Raven Mount. It had to be on an item, but yeah, I have no clue on what that was. The merchant's gonna have to be its own section, I think. No. Another reason why they should have codex or item search. Hell yeah, imagine if I could just click in the game and search for Raven Mount and it would bring up the item that it was mentioned on. How great would that be, seriously? What a missed opportunity. Millicent was something in Caelid. General Rodon and Jaren were involved in Caelid. Festival is involved in Caelid, although that's more of a concept, right? Gowrie, oh yeah, all those here are part of Caelid, I think. Guronk, that's Dragon Barrow. Was found in Stormvale. That was underground stuff. Ancestral Followers, the Claymen, the Company of Slaves. That was the Eternal City, the stuff that was underground. Schiffer River, right? Castle Morn, Edgar Arena, that was Weeping Peninsula. Yeah. Gutskin Apostle, that was Dragon Barrow. Yeah, I think for now, that's pretty much everything we found in Caelid, right? Damn, there's not a lot of notes in Caelid yet. I'm actually impressed. Oh, well, surprised, I should say. Okay, let's make them all the same size. Make same width. Oh my god. Photo fit. What's up? Ache? I guess I'll call you. What's the purpose of this? Those are my notes. I'm taking notes as I'm playing the game. And before now, we were just adding and adding and adding randomly. And now I've decided, okay, I'm gonna start organizing my notes and actually have like some sort of structure. And make them more readable. Because as you can tell, like I was using like a vertical sort of setup, which there's so much text, it's not the best way to go about it. So now I'm going with something a little more horizontal and organized by locations and yeah. So right now this is not the usual typical stream today. I'm doing some, yeah, I'm doing some organization to be able to start exploring the next area, which is Liurnia. We just finished Stormvale the other day and Limgrave, so we're gonna go to Liurnia. Obviously we've been in Caelid a little bit, it's been a long journey. But yeah, I've decided I was gonna organize my notes before we embark in another completely new location, because it was a mess. Here. Can I, what if I do, hold on. What if I do, oh, that would work. Okay. That, and then this. Joop. Align left edges, perfect. Align top edges. And this. Ah, shit, I should have done that first. Never mind. Great content to lab to. I'm glad. Is it for creative inspiration or more for reminding you of general? Oh no, it's just me attempting to figure out the lore. That's the ultimate goal, is me attempting to figure out the lore and get my, you know, personal interpretation, and that's the ultimate goal. There's no, yeah, really no other goal for me so far. What's up, Crewsome? Congratulations. Okay, so that's it for Caelid. Nice. Dragon Barrow, I guess, is next. Why does it... God, I hate the way it pastes randomly in the middle of the thing. Dragon Barrow. Well, we really don't have much in Dragon Barrow, right? But Ronk. Where did we find Night Bernal? That was in the shack in the Storm Hills, right? Yeah, that's Limgrave. Okay. So there was the whole... See, that's where it becomes complicated, because there's a whole Black Flame thing, which obviously we found in the Caelid Divine Tower, which... The Caelid Divine Tower is in Dragon Barrow, so... More interesting confusion with those two locations. But like, I don't know if I want to put that stuff over there. I think that goes in the general concepts about the world, rather. Yeah, same with like the Gutskin Apostles, because it's... I remember they were mentioned like plural, like so there's going to be more of them. So even though we fought one of them in Dragon Barrow, I don't think that qualifies as putting that character over there. I don't think. Yeah, Dragon Barrow doesn't have a lot, honestly. I mean, we've barely explored the area yet, but I'm sure we'll find more. But yeah, it seems like a subsection of Caelid more than anything else, frankly. But yeah, we'll see. For now, I'll just separate it regardless, because it makes more sense to me. But Boink. Yeah, I think we're gonna only have Gurrank in Dragon Barrow so far. He's the only character we've scene there. Ah, shit. There. Okay. Good. Slowly but surely, we're starting to, you know. Okay, Limgrave's gonna be a big one. We're gonna have to keep a section for random theories and questions. I think that seems okay. I think maybe we should have 2 different subcategories, like random theories and questions. Because, for instance, I had a random thing here with the Chapel of Anticipation, and I was wondering about the origins of the name and, you know, all that. That can go in random questions, I think. Yeah, random theories, random questions, 2 different subcategories, I think. Okay, let's do the big one. Let's do Limgrave. That's Limgrave. Organizing Limgrave is gonna be a big portion of it, honestly, because obviously that's the area we've most explored yet. Limgrave. Oh, Limgrave, not Limegrave. Okay. Rena. Yep, we saw her at the church, so she's at Limgrave. Margit was Stormvale. Should I have a separate subsection for Stormvale? Nah. Godric the Golden. All those nerds here. White Mask Vare. Buck. Patches. Kenneth Height. Although Buck, well, technically he's still in Limgrave, but apparently he's gonna travel with us. Because he's chilling at the Grace, right? And he wants to stay with us to sew outfits for us. Technically, I guess he's a little in between, but for now we'll keep him there. Also, Patches said he was gonna move too, but for now, until we know where he goes, we'll keep him in Limgrave. That for now. I feel like I'm Bob Ross. I feel like I'm Bob Ross creating a painting, but with notes. You know, it's like, I don't exactly know where I'm going with this, but I'm just putting little things here and there and hoping it's gonna make sense eventually. Yura was in Limgrave, so was Blade. Okay. All those were in the Weeping Peninsula. Oh, Selen. Selen. Where's Selen? Have I? No. Selen. Selen. There she is. Oops. What was that? What's up, Trim? Shooting on Bob Ross right now? What? How so? I meant that as a compliment. Godfrey. I mean, technically, we haven't seen Godfrey, but he's clearly associated with Limgrave, right? Well, actually, I don't know. It was the first Elden Lord. I mean, we know he was in control of Stormvale at some point, but... What's up, Trim? Implying that he didn't know where he was going with his paintings? You know what I mean? He's sort of improvising, right? He says it himself when he's painting. He's like, yeah, we don't really know what it's gonna be, but it's okay. He just does something. I'm trying to be more like Bob Ross, you know? Sometimes you don't really know how it's gonna work out, but you try. Oh yeah, the Banished Knights. Those were we haven't really seen them. We found their like ashes, but technically they're in Storm, like they were in Limgrave, right? I don't think I'm gonna make a difference between the characters we've seen and the one we haven't seen, because you never know when you're gonna see a character or not, even if they're mentioned. Go that way. Maliketh, Marika, Luthel the Headless, a knight who led the Mausoleum soldiers. We've heard about him at the Weeping Peninsula, but I think I don't know exactly what is associated with it. The Dragon Communion. That was the cathedral on the island, right? Technically part of Limgrave, location, faction. Feels more like a world thing, maybe. I don't know. Like, there's going to be a section for, like, world things, right? Things that are just not really associated specifically with a specific area. Elden Ring, Bell-bearing Hunter, Necromancer Garrus, found in Stormvale. Oh yeah, this guy was mentioned in Stormvale, so let's put it... That's the underground area, and that's the Weeping Peninsula, which is a subsection of Limgrave. Okay, and all those are Lightseeker Hyeda. Oh yeah, we found her after Stormvale. So technically, I guess she's more gonna be involved. Like, she's more relevant to the next area, I guess. Well, for now, we can move her later. But for now, we found her in Limgrave. Right? Gatekeeper Gostock and Stormvale Castle. Gostock, Stormvale's a location. There. Oh boy, what a mess. I wonder if I should have one section for all the screenshots, or if I should have each subsection should have its own screenshots. I think we're gonna have... Yeah. I think it makes more sense to have the screenshots associated with the location they're supposed to be in. It's gonna be on table. Edges, screenshot. Something like that. Yeah. And that was all in Stormvale, right? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. What is it doing? Huh? I don't understand why it was duplicating. Okay, first of all, we need to make all those notes the right size. That's gonna be a mess. Oh my god, Garrus. That sucks. Move. Target. Hey. Godric the Golden. Some of those nerds. Yetta. I'm gonna keep Hayeta to the side because I don't think she'll stay in here very long. Kenneth Height. Selen, Vare. Buck. Buck's gonna go with Hayeta. Or those are gonna move likely. Hit. Do that. Man, this is wow. This must be so exciting to watch for you guys. Me just trying to organize this shit. Patches actually might move well, so I'm gonna feels like he's gonna. We'll put him with Hayeta and Buck. Those for sure are gonna. Okay, those were just mentioned. Oleg, Engvald, Gatekeeper Gostok, those somewhere here. Knight Bernal was the one at the shack. Bam. Okay. Then you get all those nerds that are likely to no put them. It's only 376 nodes to organize. We're already halfway through. Maybe more. And then we can finally start exploring again. It's relaxing. Well, I'm glad. I mean, the music helps, right? Nice. Try to align this a little bit. Align left. Align left. Line left. Line left. There we go. Move that here. Move that. Oh, careful. Line left. Up. Excellent. Okay, Limgrave, Kaled. A little bothering me a little bit that it's not aligned better. Better. Okay. I never thought I would watch someone organize their notes. I mean, okay. Now we want to be geographically correct. It's going to be something like that, right? Some like this, actually. Yeah, that geographically works with the map. That's a good, and then we'll move everything back in place, right? But for now, I'm like creating the correct map here, I guess. I almost feel like the titles should be bigger. I mean, it works. Oh shit, we need, where am I putting the underworld stuff? Because it's in between Limgrave and Caelid, like it connects the two. I guess down there? Ugh. Yeah. Okay, let's do the Weeping Peninsula. I don't think there's not a lot at the Weeping Peninsula. It's just those two nerds here. Weeping Peninsula. Oh wait, shit! There's the whole screenshot section that we need to put in Limgrave. You know what? I think. Oh, yeah. Screenshots. Align top. Change. All the screenshots from Stormvale. Why is it so hard? What she said. Or he said. Be pride, everyone. I'm gonna do that joke every day, I'm sorry. Bonk. Bonk. Not very... It's not very beautiful, but it's gonna do. It's gonna have to do. Alright. I like how you're laughing at your own joke every time you make it. Hey, you gotta be able to laugh at your own jokes, I think. I don't know why, but I think you should be able to. Castle Morn. Bonk. Edgar was the big thing there. Irina, the daughter, right? Big thing too. And the imprisoned sorceress, which I'm pretty sure is Selen. But, I mean, she is marked as Selen, but I don't know how that's possible, because it's clearly not, well, she's in two places at once, so something shady is happening there. Make same width. Selen Weeping Peninsula. And then Irina. I'll go there. Bonk bonk. Align top. Castle Morn. Left. There we go. Yeah, not much about the Weeping Peninsula, but who knows, maybe there'll be more later if we have to return for whatever reason. But it kind of feels like we've seen most of the Weeping Peninsula. It doesn't I mean, at this point, once we're done with, like, look, putting things in their place, maybe then I can make, like, the background shapes. Because then, you know, I'm not gonna... And... Yeah, maybe that works, actually. Bonk. Bonk. It's kind of alright. What's up, Pensive? How are you doing today? Man. Yeah, it's then if I'm moving around, it's easier to see when we're in a new section, right? I think is great. And then when we're in a specific area, we can just ignore it, or yeah, we'll find a way. Installed air conditioning this morning? Hell yeah. Congratulations. Hey, look at that. We're almost done already. We're doing great. And then we'll just have to put things in the right place, like map-wise, and that'll be it. So the only problem that we kind of have right now is that a lot of the rest of those things is kind of like general concepts, and I'm not sure how to organize them. I guess have like a big section for world stuff, right? The stuff that's not necessarily located yet. And then if, I don't know, like yeah, like I don't know, Queen Marika, for instance. Right now she would be in the world section, and eventually if we find her somewhere, then it's like, oh, we can just put her here, right? What's up, Colette? How are you doing today? Oh, there's a Weeping Peninsula screenshots. Yeah. I should also take a note here that all found in Stormvale. The fuck is that? Oh my god! What are you doing? What? Huh? What are you doing this? Oh, is that because of the... Oh my god, that is so annoying. That doesn't work the way I want it to work. It creates a new shape for whatever reason. Why would it do that? Oh, never mind. We're removing the borders again. Bam. Ah, it's so annoying. All found in Stormvale. Found in Oridus's Rise, and that goes to the Weeping Peninsula. Align top. Screenshot. Option. Bam! Have we been organizing notes all stream? Almost, yeah. We started late because the Xbox showcase, whatever. and then we talked about it for a little bit, and then after that we've been organizing notes. Yeah, it's taking shape, as you can tell. I'm organizing by locations for most of the stuff, characters, and you know, and putting them on the map as they are on the world map, sort of. And then we'll have like a world section for all the stuff that I can't really associate with a specific location yet. And we have the round table stuff down there, you know. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So Liurnia is gonna happen up here, right? That's gonna be a thing. Liurnia. I can already create that, I guess. And then, we do need another section that's going to be for the overall, like, world stuff so far. World. Characters. Locations, factions. We don't need a screenshot for world. We need a concept. That's going to be pretty big. Something like that. Let's see. That we can sort out. Glintstone. Yeah, most of it is... Like, I'm assuming the 3 fingers is going to be a character. If the 2 fingers is a character, the 3 fingers is a character. Mikola. King Consort Radagon. And Marika. Where is she? There. Yeah, we actually... hold on. We need a lot of room for the world stuff so far. So let's make room. I mean, Lanedale is going to be a specific place on the map. I don't know exactly. Yeah, I'll put it in world stuff so far. We'll move it later. Glintstone, the Starcallers, the Flame of Frenzy, the Tarnished. All that is concepts. Primordial Crucible, the Alabaster Lords. I guess that's a faction. Well, actually, hold on. The Starcallers would be a faction, right? The Tarnished. I mean, the line between concepts and factions is not always very clear, but I guess as long as it makes sense to me, be good. Alabaster Lords, that's a faction. Should factions and locations be separate? No, but factions is the important part here. Locations are more of a... Actually, you know what? No, I disagree with that. There should be a specific location one. Because we're gonna hear about a whole bunch of locations as we explore that we don't know where they are, and that's where we put them. right? Until we know. That actually makes a lot of sense. Damn. Oh, come on. Dragon Communion. I feel like that's a faction more than a concept. Bloody Fingers, the New Men, also factions. The Black Flame is a concept. Flame of Ruin is a concept. Could be the same, actually. The Gutskin Apostles is definitely a faction. The Glowmite Queen is a character. Lord of Blood is a character. Luthel, the Headless, the Soulless Demigod, Godfrey, all these are characters. Oh boy, hold on. I need to preemptively start organizing there, or it's gonna be a whole mess. Oh, what is that? Supposed to be in Stormvale. Those screenshots are a mess. I hate it. Ugh. No, I'm not satisfied. Hold on. I am so displeased with everything right now. Hold on. Nope, not what I wanted to do. That's what happens when you get screenshots of different sizes. All right, it needs to be smaller, smaller. When I move the screenshots is when it's lagging. All right, that was completely unnecessary, but at least it looks nice now. I needed it to be sort of, yeah. I couldn't deal with how it was all over the place. Yeah, no, this feels a lot better. Alright. Okay, world stuff. We need to already start aligning them. Okay. I feel like the world section is gonna be a little messy, but I feel like that's by sort of by design almost. Like the world section's basically gonna be like the rest, like my notes used to be before I organized them. It's gonna be the section that's, you know, basically everything's chaotic and unorganized until I finally find where to put them. That's kind of how it's gonna feel, I think. And that's okay. That's it. World's a bit like a draft. Well, I guess so, yeah. It's just the section that's not really ordered yet, right? Where all the stuff that I don't know where it's supposed to be is going. Some stuff, although I guess some stuff is gonna stay in world, right? Like there's probably gonna be some things that just don't go anywhere else. Has anyone started playing the Lies of P DLC? And if so, how are you enjoying? I'm curious how it's hitting for people. Yes and no. That's a confusing answer. Has Twitch changed something in their API recently? Because a lot of extensions have started breaking, apparently. I've noticed something that I can't do anymore is I can't have picture-in-picture anymore with FFZ. The button disappeared. Even though I turned it off and on, it didn't work, unlike the compression. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Also, I need to open my window. It's getting really warm in here. I had to convert the FFZ extension to the user script version. Is that... Are you talking about like the picture-in-picture, or... If anyone has a solution for picture-in-picture until they update FFZ or whatever, I would appreciate that. Because it's been annoying. I use picture-in-picture a whole lot. Oh. Downloaded it, but I can't access it right now? Okay. You probably feel the same as you did with the main game? With the DLC? Yeah. Okay. Switch to the script instead of the browser add-on. I don't know how to do that, I don't think. Well, I mean, I'm sure I can find out, but I don't really know what that means. I guess. For now. I wish there was a better way to do this. I wish the stacked notes would be considered as one item, and that you could, from one click, just align everything. That'd be so nice. Actually, hold on. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need more space for concepts. Anyway, I'm quickly gonna open my window. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for watching. I know this is not like your usual stream, but hopefully, you know. Anyway, whatever. I'll be back. All right, thank you for your patience. I'll put some instructions on Discord for switching to the user version. Thank you. All right. So this can go. This can go. This is gonna go in the random notes and stuff. Question. Let's see. The Eternal City, is that's something that's associated with different rivers. Right there. We found the company of slaves and all that. Aurelia the jellyfish. Oh wait, we found the spirit ashes. Well, I guess that can go in world because I guess it's about her land that's far away or something. So, you know, maybe eventually we'll find her home. So Aurelia the jellyfish gets to be among the gods and demigods of this world, right? King Consort Radagon, Queen Marika, the Lord of Blood, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, Godfrey, First Elden Lord, and Aurelia Jellyfish. It's perfect. The match made in heaven. Love it. I can't wait to learn that she's kind of like one of the most important characters of the entire fucking lore. That'd be so funny. Okay, let's see. Obviously, the Elden Ring is a concept that needs to go in, you know, the world. Sure, we'll add a lot more to this. The nomadic people. Oh, those are the merchants and all that, right? Right. Yeah. So that's a faction. That for sure is a faction. The Golden Order is a faction, although I guess it, well, it seems like both a, you know what? No, the Golden Order is a concept. Is it a concept or a faction? It's both. I think it's a faction. Yeah. Knights of the Cuckoo, Crystal Cadre, the Carrion Royal Family, all those are faction. I need more room. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. Nope. The War Against the Giants, that's a historical event, so I guess it fits in concepts, technically. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, there we go. I understand why I'm putting that in concepts, even though it, you know, like that. Maliketh, the Black Blade, that's a character. The Erdtree is location. Yeah, I'll put that in location. Even though it seems to be more than just a location. It's a concept and at the same time. The Demi-Humans, that's a faction. The Black Knives Assassins, a faction. The Ancient Dragons, a faction. Raven Mounts, a location. The Knight of the Black Knives, that's a concept. Fits with the historical events. Rune of Death is a concept, I guess. Yep. Like the Flame of Ruin and all that. Faction. Location. Oh, concept means just that it's... It doesn't mean that it's me speculating. Concept in this sense means that it's... It's not necessarily location or something. It's a concept, right? Like the Black Flame, for instance. You know, or the Elden Ring, right? Like it's just this thing. Like it's... It could be an object, but it's still like I'm you know, it's not a location, it's not a character, it's just more of a, you know, so some of it could change, right? Maybe I don't know, if the like the primordial crucible, right, the origin of all life or whatever, the primordial if I find a location that is suddenly the primordial crucible, then it becomes a location, right? Or something, but as it stands, you know, it's just it's the stuff that is not something specific, I guess. I don't know, it makes sense in my brain, which is the only thing that really matters, right? Makes sense to me. The Bell-Bearing Hunter, technically hunters, I guess they're a faction, right? We found 2 of them at least already. Sure, there'll be more. Or it's the same guy every time that respawns. It's like, I don't know, like Forlorn in Dark Souls 2. I'm not sure. We're almost done. Oh my god. And then we can keep exploring. We can resume exploring the world. I'm so excited. But this organization needed to happen. We needed to get through it. It's gonna be so much more comfortable after that. I'm gonna make a little more room for another... Actually, I'm gonna do it like that. Wait, it's already organized. Then here, and then stop. And then left. Bam! Hell yeah. Closer. Then goes here. There. Up. Dunk, dunk, dunk. A line left. Bring that up. Fuck yeah. Cat on keyboard. Love it. Merchants, go down there. This is another location. This is some general world stuff. Okay, so the world stuff goes all the way at the top, I think. And then we'll have like this is like the world stuff. I think the those things go in the world stuff too. Ever jails. Yeah, the world stuff is gonna be like a massive sort of like thing at the top, right? It's gonna be a whole fucking thing. That sounds like a plan. So the Everjail, we got Bloodhound, Darrowwill, we got the Crucible Knight in the Storm Hills, and we got this nerd, Ancient Heroes the More in the Weeping Peninsula, right? Yeah. All line left. Bam. And we'll keep adding to the Everjails as we find them. And then we got the Sword Monuments. That's also going to be a thing. Oh, it's more than that, actually. Hold on. Yeah, the sword monuments, and then there's the finger readers. Okay, hold on. The finger readers is also, like, that's a concept, right? No, a faction. It's a faction. A group of people doing things. Yeah. But then we have the sword monuments. I don't know if my organization makes any sense to anyone but me, but... Kalid. Entrance. Kalid Highway. Kalid Selya. Oh, come on. I hate when it does that. Bam. Line. Yeah, it matters that I get what's going on, right? I agree with that. I don't know, I feel like it's definitely better the way it's organized now. Like, it's gonna help with keeping track of everything and sort of have a structure. It is a little less aesthetically pleasing, I think, than it used to be. The vertical stuff was very pleasing, but oh well. It wasn't gonna be useful for very much longer if I kept doing it the way I was doing it, so. Those aligned? Huh. Saladino, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. 896 total. Saladino, a little reward for all the work. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not done yet. I feel like I'm getting rewarded before I'm actually done. That's not good for me. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no, thanks very much. And everyone who got one, all of you guys out there, you will all be remembered. Thank you, Sal. Oh yeah, I saw isn't there like a Twitch promotion? They're doing a promotion again, right? Like a 30%, 25% off on packs. Yeah, nice. Love that. 35% off. Awesome. Everyone, thanks to Saladino, can get an ad-free experience at a lower cost for Saladino. That's amazing. I love that. It's always good news. There we go. Whew. I wonder if the streamer's taking the hit or not. Yeah, we are. Well, basically, we're getting... The split happens after the reduction, right? It's not like September where they take the hit. We get paid the same per sub during September. In this case, we get paid or split based on the actual cost of the sub, right? So, but you know, any support is appreciated regardless. That to me, that doesn't... More people can enjoy their ad-free experience at a lower cost for the person paying. I'm okay with that. Finger readers. Gifted sub is still appreciated, but sadly another Twitch L. It is what it is, but yeah. Okay, so this one's Limgrave. You don't understand $10, you know. They're barely keeping it together at Amazon. We're a family, you know. Do you want our family to starve $10? My goal is also to get people in, or that new people have more of an incentive to stay. Only wanted to give you money, I would just donate. No, I absolutely understand, Salino. I never feel like you have to justify yourself. Obviously, everything is appreciated, and I absolutely get it. it is a good incentive for people to be able to watch the show without ads and all that, right? So completely understood and appreciated. And that's, you know, that sort of, we were talking about that the other day, but the survival of a channel is not, should not rely on a single individual or a few individuals. It should rely on a whole community. And I think it's something that, you know, is a bit of a struggle lately, because I understand, like, you know, it's a difficult economical state for the world and all that, so I think people are being a bit more careful, and I understand that. And but yeah, it was it's kind of interesting how you know, Elden Ring has been one of the most successful streams in terms of numbers, like raw viewer numbers, and yet one of the weakest in terms of revenue in a long time. Especially if I remove the usual suspects, right? Like Saladino, Warren, you know, like the usual criminals that are dropping bombs. If you remove that, it's been by far one of my least successful game, which is kind of weird, you know. In fact, I need to go back like a year and a half, I think, to, like, I was doing some like analysis recently, and I need to go back like a whole year and a half, maybe more, to find a game where, you know, we were generating less revenue than Elden Ring. It's kind of interesting. I don't know exactly how to explain it. It is what it is. Pookabear, thank you for the tier 1 22 months. I appreciate that. Pookabear, you will be remembered. What's the story with the elephants? It's a whole story with a plushy elephant that I got when I was a kid. I'm telling the story very often, so I don't feel like going. I think I explained it like all past 3 streams. I've been explaining it once per stream, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna keep organizing my notes and not get distracted. But basically, it's a plushy elephant that I got when I was younger. That was an elephant, so the elephant has always been an important animal for me, and it ended up being a, you know, the sort of mascot of the channel. What's up, Jess? Jess made a mess. What a name. Love it. I gotta say, this has been one of the most impressive streams ever. Organizing notes. Hey, I'm doing what I can, but I'm glad you're having a chill time. Vito. Lonigan, thank you for the Prime. 14 months. Appreciate it. Support means a lot, Lonigan. And Pookabear, I don't know if I did I finish thanking Pookabear? 22 months? I'm not sure, but Pookabear, you will be remembered. Lonigan, you also will be remembered. Thank you so much. We need a YouTube short for the story of the elephant. Yeah, we need to make a highlight of it. What's up, Make It? How are you doing today? Yeah, I was hoping, as I was organizing the notes, I was hoping I would get more of a chance to actually like read them again and maybe make some links of stuff that I had forgotten, but it's too much. Like, it becomes too overwhelming. I need to just organize, you know, like sort of structurally and move on with it. Otherwise, I'll never get to the end of it. The notes will be there as we find more stuff that relates to them, right? That's the goal, ultimately. Yeah, thank you, $10. I'll definitely look into that later. So we have the finger readers. We'll keep taking notes. We have the Echoes of America. We'll keep taking notes. The sword monuments. We'll keep taking notes. The Everjail. We'll keep listing them. And then everything else is more like freeform. Cool. Urania is done. We have the merchants. Do the merchants go in the world section? I guess so. Yeah, I guess the merchants can go in the world section. For those that I need to remember, you know, that they have stuff that I want to go buy later. What the fuck? Lined up. Damn. I hate when you move something and there's a little lag, so if you move the mouse too fast, it goes back to where the mouse is after. Like this. Ah! This is so infuriating. You know what? I think Scalpel's great. I think I need a better app in the future. I'm gonna have to find another app. But the problem is, Scalpel is also so customizable. And I like being able to make it look the way it does now. Because it's great for the, you know, sort of stream appearance. Just get 7TV. What do you mean? FFZs for emoticons? Well, personally, I use FFZ less for emotes than I do for everything else. I use FFZ for highlighting messages in chat. I use FFZ for picture-in-picture, for all kinds of other features. The emotes, I don't care so much about. I have BTTV also for that. I don't think 7TV does, you know, does all the... 7TV is just a bunch of emotes, basically, right? There's a bunch of tools too. Okay, well, fair enough. I mean, ultimately, they do the same thing. Best case scenario, they do the same thing. So I see no reason to replace FFZ with 7TV, but... yeah. Like, FFZ has a bunch of mods. Like, it's the most... The thing is, it's the most popular one, I think. And it has mod functionality. So you get, like, extra... You know... there's extra mods that keep getting added to FFZ. So to me, that's the key, right? You keep getting more and more functionalities and stuff. So I see no reason to switch, but... yeah. Alright, so we have the gigantic world band up there. That's beautiful. Love it. Oh man, now there's all the random stuff. That goes in in World 2, right? Where do I put this? I think there's a world where random goes all the way at the bottom. I'm not gonna call that one next session, but rather to-do list, because that's sort of, you know. Also, I wasn't able to give the brooch to Roderica. I wonder if that's something that's gonna happen later, or if I just missed a window or something. Oh god, there's more. Hold on, we're not done. Okay, this goes here. This way, now I can put that in here. Chunk. I need to give enough space for everything. Okay, hold on. Round table goes there. All of this Goes here. That's the non-ordered stuff yet. Oh shit. I'm moving shit that I'm not supposed to. Okay. Liurnia, Limgrave and everything. That stuff's gonna eventually fill really quickly now that we're gonna explore. So let's give it enough space. Oh, come on. I hate when we get stragglers that escape the Dragon Barrow, Kaled. Again, the idea is positioning them as they are on the map, right? Roughly. Kaled's here. And I guess we'll put the underground stuff there? It's a lot more spread out now. I don't get to... you know, things are so much more spread out. I don't get to do like the scroll down that's super impressive. We're losing something here. It's very sad. But... I guess I can do a zoom out now to show the notes, but somehow it feels less impressive. Like, we have almost 400 notes, and look at how little there seems to be when you zoom out. Very unfortunate. Also, the background being repeating is very annoying. I kind of wish it was a seamless background, but oh well. I guess there's a lesson there. There is actually a lesson there. Is that when things are messy, it looks like there's a lot, right? Like, imagine, I'm sure some of you have experienced that. You think your room or your house is a complete mess. And there's stuff everywhere and you're like, I have no idea how I'm ever gonna even start to organize this shit. And then you start cleaning it a little bit, you know, piece by piece. And then eventually you're done and you're like, huh, it wasn't that much stuff, you know, because everything's sort of in its right place. And it suddenly, everything feels smaller, right? I don't know. That's kind of the same way I feel about this. I thought I had so many notes, it was such a mess, and now I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's really not that much. I wonder if I should remove the background. Is the background becoming a bit of a nuisance now because of the new setup? What if I... Let's try. If I just go black. Bam. Completely removing the background. Is that better? Does that make it a little more... Or did we like the background better? What's up, Strange Pie? Yeah, with the zoom out, when I zoom out, the background's a little weird. When we're back closer, it's fine, right? It looks kind of neat, but... You like the pure black better? Yeah, also it gives a little more transparency, right? You can see the game behind it a little better, which is maybe a good thing. Keeps the immersion a little bit more alive. It's easier to read without the background, also. Yeah, I think the background made sense when it was laid out in a way where it wouldn't show the repetition, right? Maybe at this point, the lack of background is better. Oh, also, hold on. No, we're good. I think this needs to be slightly lower overall. Damn. Because of the way I've been cutting the... Wait, how does that work, though? Oh, right, I get it. I get it. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. You missed a last note under factions. There's so many different factions. One. Hold on. What do you mean? Oh. Oh God. What have I done? Thank you. I hope that's not backseat gaming. No, no. The notes is stuff that's purely structural is fine. That. Yeah. Alright. Liurnia is already ready for stuff being added. Dragon Barrow, Khalid. Weeping Peninsula. We're gonna add the underground area. That's the underground area. Oh, also, I feel like now that I've removed the background, it's smoother. I don't know if that's actually true. Yeah, I feel like the background was slowing down the whole thing. What's up, Kalasai? How are you doing today? Roundtable hole will get at the bottom. I'll put it at the bottom. Yeah. Actually, I can already put it there. Space is created. Roundtable hold goes here. Bam. Oh, so satisfying. And Liurnia can go a little higher. We're gonna need space anyway to start filling in. It's a little empty here now, but that's okay. It's gonna fill up. And here we have... Oh no, what happened? Oh God. I feel like I've added... There's a whole... Oh no. All of these have been underlined. Good. Whew. It's okay. I don't know what happened, but... Okay, characters, locations, factions. This will be Shifra River. The Claymen. Company of Slaves. Ancestral Followers. Eternal City. It's all location. There's no characters in Shifra River. Well, I mean, we'll leave the space. Maybe there's gonna be some later. So. Okay, Loki, I'm not sure, but I really feel like it's lagging less since I removed the background. I think the background was messing with something. Nice. I know, Mopo. I was very happy with it. I was like, there's only one place where we can be doing some lore stuff, right? With the nerd in his nerd hangout. What software do you use? Scapple. It's called Scapple. Alright, this is taking shape. I like it. Zoop, zoop. Does that work? Oh, it works! You point at somewhere with the mouse and then you zoom and it zooms in on the mouse. I never realized it worked that way. This is amazing! It's like, oh, we're in Kaled. Hey, let's take some notes about the... You know... Roundtable holds. There we are. That's awesome. It's like we're zooming out and in. Love it. Oh god, what happened? I hate when we get stragglers. Gotta be careful with those. How much gameplay am I missed? None of it. If the last thing you saw was me on the Liurnia cliffs, like before getting to actual Liurnia, like after the castle, you've missed nothing. I teleported back to the round table and we've been doing organization still since. I started an hour later than usual and then we talked for an hour about the announcements of this week and everything, so... If a mod ban you, is it better if the mod to be male or female? What is that even supposed to mean? I don't understand the question. Although, based on the question alone, I have a feeling that I know why you've been banned in many places. Just a hunch. So, is this a filler episode? What's a victimize? I mean, I was gonna say we'll be exploring soon enough, but yeah, today's a filler episode, victimize. I agree with that. It's a bottle episode. Yeah, we're just rehashing known stuff, right? Yeah, I saw the account age $10. I'm not expecting this to be a very interesting conversation. What about non-binary mods? That's true. Here's my real answer to your question. MNAM13. If a mod bans you, the better thing is to turn inwards. Stop wondering about their gender or, you know, start asking yourself, why did I get banned? Why am I such a piece of shit that I end up getting banned on Twitch by communities, right? That's the real answer and the real question you should ask yourself. I'm not saying it, you know, I'm sure some people can get banned for whatever reason, right? And they're not actual, like, terrible people or whatever, but... Like, for instance, the only channel, as far as I know, that I've been banned in is a channel that I've never even set foot in. Me and Nasrallah are banned in the same channel that we've never even watched once. Because we were on someone else's stream one day. I think it was Emmy's stream, or what was it? Whose stream was it? I don't remember. We were in someone else's stream, a friend of us, right? And we were just being ourselves, you know, like the typical idiot Naz and Daniel confrontation stuff, right? And so we were just being ourselves, and I guess the person really didn't like our vibe, and they preemptively banned us in their channel, even though we weren't even aware they were a streamer. So that was funny, you know. That's a redacted. Someone thought I was a bot and banned me. That's funny. No. But typically, in general, if you know, if you've been banned in several channels, I think it's time to turn inwards and wonder less about people's genitals and more about what's, you know, with the vibe you're giving off and why you're getting banned. But yeah, I don't know. I will say, randomly joining a channel that has nothing to do with what you're talking about and then suddenly asking a question like that leads me to the belief that those bans were probably justified. Yeah, regardless of the gender of the people who banned you. Just a hunch. I don't know. Worry less about what's in other people's pants and more about what's in your heart. Oh my god, Colette. That needs to be a t-shirt. I am not kidding. That needs to be a t-shirt. Yeah, that needs to be a t-shirt before it ends up being a sentence on, you know, on Instagram posts with a nice little landscape picture with a sunset and you know, before it becomes like a motivational thing that you see on every Instagram post. It needs to become a t-shirt and you need to make money off of it. I'll take a small percentage for being at the origin of the idea. Yeah, it's a great line. You should be a writer, Colette. It's a great line. Yeah, the only moment you should be worrying about what's in other people's pants is when they're actually showing it to you. When they're removing their pants in front of you because they, you know, that's when you should be worrying. And I mean worrying in the sense that you should be looking that it looks healthy, right? That's the only moment you should be worrying about what's in someone's pants. If it's healthy enough for you to put your mouth on it or your, you know, your own genitals against it or in it or around it, that's the only moments you should worry about that. If only I had the executive function to make merch happen. Go on one of those websites that allows you to create t-shirts at no cost, right? That exists, probably. I do have one issue with all this, is that it's not bound in a way that I like. It should be more... Should it be aligned in a different... No, because it's not going to be the same size every time. It would be really cool if we could use the border function. It doesn't work really well. Because then when I click new things, it's doing that. And I hate that. Magnetic? That? Huh? Sure. Yeah, redacted. Yeah, that I mean, it's ultimately that's all that really matters. I I'm very happy with the overall organization of it. I'm not too happy with the aesthetics of it. I wish it looked better. I don't know. Am I overthinking it, chat? Or I feel like it could look better. Maybe it needs to be a little more lined up. Maybe I don't need to have it just overall more squared. Wish it had more clear dividing lines, yeah. That's why I wanted to use the borders, the boxes. You can do that, you know, and you can box things up. But then the problem is you can't really put new stuff in it really comfortably. But like boxes would be great. Just doesn't work the way I wanted it to. But yeah, it's funny how that new organization makes it look so much smaller than it used to be. Like, it used to feel like a never-ending scroll down of words. And now, I mean, nothing has changed. There's just as many words, but it looks less massive, I feel like. Although, once you zoom in and you start, like, scrolling and looking around, it's still pretty massive. Also, we haven't finished organizing. We need to do that. Just need more notes. Yeah, I mean, we'll get there. This is just the first 150 hours. It's gonna be at least, I don't know, 4 times that, I guess. I don't know. Probably more. Not a single arrow is seen. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel like... It's too much to organize with arrows and connecting arrows. It would be a mess. Like, imagine if I start connecting things. Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's way too big. Like, it's too covered. Like... It would not work. I think more than like a mind map, this is just a catalog of information. And then we make the connections with our brains, right? It is just a catalog of information. More than anything. That we can easily search and remember things. I don't know. Colette, you're an expert in terms of notes and chaotic layouts. How do you feel about this? Still feels quite organized. I mean, that's the goal, for it to feel more organized. I'm just, yeah. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I need to forget about the aesthetics of it. It's about it being functional, and I need to accept that. And it is more functional now, because I know where everything is. I'm like, oh yeah, we're in Limgrave. Oh, I need to take a note about Dragon Barrow. I know exactly where Dragon Barrow is, right? World things. Oh, I have a new sword monument. I know exactly where it is. Oh, we need to go to the round table. Zoom out, zoom in. Round table, we're there, right? It's so much more useful than before. All right. Let's finish organizing then. I think the setups can go next to the round table, maybe? Because that's sort of the kind of stuff that we're probably not gonna add much more screenshots. Like, it's not like the round table's gonna having more paintings, I don't assume. So I think my bus exploration setup and bus setup are gonna be here. I still haven't, I mean, I should probably take a screenshot of my exploration setup soon. Yep. That's cool. Random stuff. To-do list. Where's the to-do list go? I guess the to-do list goes next to roundtable. Find a way to Upper Shifra River, figure out the other Selen situation. Next time I'm in Celia, go to the graveyard and find a hidden cave. We have a note. And then bring the brooch to the Heartbroken Maiden, but we haven't been able to do that, so I don't know, maybe that's not something we can do. But I'll keep it on the to-do list, and it's gonna stay near the round table. That makes sense, logically speaking. I like it. Actually, it can go there, next to the gear. That makes sense. Random theories and questions will be... We'll make two sections. Random theories and random questions. I think those things are kind of related. I like putting it at the bottom because I feel like that section's gonna get a lot bigger over time. Although the world section's also gonna get bigger, and I guess it's linked somehow, but it's already so big. Yeah, I think having it all the way at the bottom makes sense. It's the stuff that's not like canon or whatever. Random theories. What a fit. Random question. Bam. That's a question. Question. I mean, do we really need two categories? Because questions and theories are kind of the same thing, right? Because I typically will ask a question as I'm crafting a theory of my own, right? So I guess this is kind of the same thing. Okay, but I need a subcategories there. I need subcategories. Hold on. Those are the ones I need to still organize. We need subcategories based on locations. Random theories. We need... Where can I find a subcategory? There it is. World. Grave. Kill it. Etc. etc. Let's see so far what we have. Chapel of Anticipation. That's Limgrave. Wait. First of all. There we go. Celia. Celia, that's Kaled. Maliketh, that's... Well, that's the Divine Tower of Kaled, so that's Kaled. Chapel, that's Limgrave, we need more room. Oh, let me Yep, there we go. Align top. Align left. Varnished, that's world. Black Knife Assassins, that was in Limgrave, in the catacombs. Oh, that's actually the same. Godric, Limgrave. Godslayer, Stormvale Castle. Living Jars become living, that's a world thing. Fringe Folk, Limgrave. Limgrave, those two are the same. Stormvale. Portland Order, World. 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 U, that's Round Table. World. Round. Well, today is a bit of a different. Like today was definitely a filler episode, right? We had an organization to do. I knew I had to do it someday, and since I started late today anyway, it felt like the right thing to do. But I'm skipping filler. Well, you've been there all day. What do you mean you're skipping fillers? Or clearly not. Just hanging around. Well, there you go. But that's the stream. You're hanging around. There's nothing else. Damn. Okay. Random theories and questions organized. Love it. Oh, right. Victimize. I can understand the misunderstanding, but that's funny. And that should be a little closer. Yeah, there we go. And we have a few more to put where they need to be. I think they're all going in world, right? Yeah, all of these go into the world section. Remembrances, that is a concept. Morgoth the Grace Given, that is a character. Renala, that is a character. I mean, we know she's supposed to be at Raya Lucaria, so I guess I can already put that in Yordia. And we know this one's in Lanedale, but I don't know exactly where Lanedale is. I know roughly where it is on the map because we've been teleported there, but I don't really know the place, what it's called and all that. We'll just leave it at that for now. Great Runes, those are concepts. Godwyn, Prince of Death. I'm not sure where. Yeah, we'll go there. Praetor Rykard. Character. The Demigods concept. Well, actually, faction. Yep. And Mount Gelmir is a location. Damn! Oh my god! We're done! Chat! We did it! It is all organized and finished. A lot less horizontal than I expected it to be, but I think that's fine. Beautiful. The notes bus has been deleted. Oh my Jesus! Oh my lord. Okay. Jesus, guys. I've only organized... I should do notes more often. I guess I should organize notes more often, shouldn't I? Jesus, guys. Thank you so much. Shepherd for 20 gifted subs. 43 total. And everyone who got one. I see some good names in there. Canadian Redbeard, hell yeah. Beautiful Zico Bunny, Businala, you will all be remembered. Thank you. And Saladino, 30 gifted subs. 926 total. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you so much for the contribution as well. And everyone who got one, I see Goal in there, I see Colosai, I see Make It, Noger. Lots of good people in there. Mikkel's, Ingold. Hemp, Redacted, you will all be remembered. Thank you very much. That is incredibly generous. Thank you to both of you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I guess Deadwell, for some reason, manages to just dodge everyone. Yeah. Have you turned off getting gift subs? Because I think that's an option, right? Also, don't mention the number of viewers, just as a general... rule. We don't mention the viewer numbers. It's okay. It doesn't matter too much. Not today. Today does not matter too much in terms of numbers, because obviously this is a very different kind of stream, so. But yeah, I don't know Deadwell. I don't know how you managed to just dodge everything. Great work. Great work. But yeah, thank you Shepard and Saladino, and thank you everyone who thanked the gifters. We love when people show up and thank the gifters. That means a lot, actually. I'm not kidding. These people don't have to gift subs, and thanks to them, you get to enjoy the show without any ads or whatever. So that deserves a little thank you, for sure. All right, well, I feel like why do it feels like the bold does not bold enough. Why is the bold not bold enough? Noger, thank you for the tip. 825 matching plus 35%. Well, thank you, Noger. I appreciate the donation. Matching the gift sub plus 35%. Thank you so very much. Bold it harder? Yeah, I don't know. I'm pressing as hard as I can. It doesn't bold more. I just wish... I mean, there's a part of me that wishes the names would be a little more visible. Like, it could be just as simple as having like a bigger thickness for the box, right? Or a slightly bigger font, you know, like that. But then it becomes a mess to make new notes, right? Because every time I would have to change the size, and I feel like it would be a complete mess. That's why I'm keeping it to like the same size. But I mean, it would definitely look a bit better. Like, let's just try for the sake of trying. 14. It is a little... Oh my god, what have I done? What the fuck? What's up, No Tomato? How are you doing today? Like the stash? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What's up, Trooper? How are you doing? Welcome in. Oh, speaking of which, I got complimented for my stash over the weekend. We on Friday we went to Five Guys. That was my first time going to Five Guys, by the way. I was able to try the Cajun fries for the first time ever, and that shit's delicious. That was moved for some reason. See, all that shit was moved somehow. Hate it. So Cajun fries, delicious. And the dude at the... He was like the manager. He was the branch manager at the Five Guys we went to. And there was a cook there. And only the both of them were sort of visible, right? And... the branch manager at some point after we had ordered and I was waiting for a little bit, and the guy's like, oh, by the way, my cook thinks, the cook, or I don't know how he phrased it in French, but anyway, my cook thinks that you have a great stash, and I agree. And he was like complimenting myself, and then he says, you know, it's funny because he went like, you know, I'm a straight guy, but I really love the style. And my friend, who's a woman, right? That we were hanging out on that evening, she was like, you know. She was like, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't have to say that. Just, you know, compliment. You guys should just compliment each other. It's fine. And he was like, I know, but you know, the dude was like, obviously I know, but it you know, some people take it the wrong way, and so I felt like I had to preemptively, you know. And I'm like, you don't have to worry about that with me. And I was like, and so we then, you know, we went on a whole discussion about dudes needing to compliment each other more. It was fun. Had a good time. So yeah, my Five Guys experience was awesome. Great first experience. Your month's salary goodbye. It was like my portion of it was like $30 or something, which is not cheap, right? Well, 30 Swiss francs, so actually closer to $40 almost, but USD. But it was fine. You know, I had to try. I had to try Five Guys at least once for the Cajun fries, because I've heard Naz compliment the Cajun fries a lot, and I needed to at least know what they tasted like. The burger was delicious. It was a lot of, and honestly, for the amount I paid, it was a lot of food. It was almost too much food for me. I barely managed to finish it. I could have taken like a smaller burger and a smaller fry, and it would have been totally fine, and I would have saved like $10. So. Yeah. What's up, Mrs. Dundee? Wait. Dunder Mifflin had to... What do you mean? Did you get reported? Did they say your name was not okay? Come on. Dunder Mifflin was one of my favorite Twitch names. It is on the list. I just got tired of people taking my cheeky name as a pass to be weird in my DMs. Oh, I get that. Well, the weird thing is, Mrs. Dundee. I'm assuming the MS means Mrs., and I'm assuming it gives away your gender. Real talk, I always thought you were a dude. Because I think that, yeah, I don't know why. I think Dunder sounds masculine in my ears, you know? Like, because of the Dunder character in The Office is, you know, the old dude. So that's sort of how I pictured you in my head. I didn't think the MILF part was, you know, was literal. Maybe now I want to slide in your... I'm joking. Hey, you have a great sense of humor. That's already a checkbox ticked, you know. Because what a name. What a name. At least I know you have a brain and conscience. Well, I mean, you assume those things based on... Never put anyone on a pedestal. I mean, I'm sure you know that. You're likely way smarter than I am. But that one was as smooth as a wrecking ball. That was intentional, though. Okay, Dundee. Man, can I still call you Dunder Mifflin when you come here? Well, you know what? We'll respect your name change, obviously, Dundee, and we'll keep your name in the list of favorite Twitch names as a historical, you know, like significant part of this channel's lore. Dunder Mifflin. Dan M7 in chats for Dunder Mifflin, the name, the legend. But yeah, it's good to see you. Hope you've been well. No. But yeah, my favorite Twitch names. I've seen another name the other day that was awesome, but I don't remember what it was. It wasn't on my channel though, so we can't add it to the list. But there was a name in another channel the other day that was like, oh my god, I want that person to show up on my channel. That name's amazing. I can't remember what it was though. Oh well. And International Space Satan still hasn't showed up, so I think we can cross, you know, we can forget about that one. All right, let's look at the note. Yeah, I mean, it looks so small when it's well organized like that. 390 notes, and it looks like there's nothing almost. Although I've had the same experience, you know, that was one thing that blew my mind back in the day when hold on, I can actually, yeah, I feel like I can. Hold on, I'm gonna select all and I'm gonna push it slightly. Some like that. A little lower. A little more to the left. Yeah, perfect. Now if I go completely on the left, it's well lined with the side of the screen. Cool, 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 cool. Love that. And then we can zoom in. And there's a bit of space on the top, but that's for when I zoom out, that it still shows the way I've cut it. Otherwise, it's not gonna show. Here it just barely shows, yeah. But then when I'm in, a little better. Although, yeah, it's fine like this. I like it. Notes are looking good. I agree. So what I wanted to say is there's this... Oh, no. Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. Whew, I was scared there for a second. That's gonna annoy me, though. That little thing on the right. At the normal size. That it just shows a little bit. Oh, that's actually... Okay, never mind. We're good. So what I was trying to say is the way things feel smaller reminds me of when I was done writing my first novel. When I was done with like my first draft of my first novel was the first time in my life I had a complete work of that size. And I remember editing it, and I remember like working on editing it, and there was a lot of red everywhere and colors in the file because I was using like the, you know, there's an option in Word to keep track of the edits you're doing, and I wanted to do that before I confirmed everything, right? Keep track of all the edits and all that shit. And so, you know, you get lines that are crossed and new stuff and blah blah blah. And at some point I was like, oh, I want to see what it looks like with all the you know, the editing. So I found a way with I think it was I was using OpenOffice, I think at the time, or LibreOffice, which is the French version of OpenOffice. But anyway, and I zoomed out in a way that my entire novel was visible in one screen. That made me like, it was mind-blowing how small it felt. A full 500 pages novel zoomed out felt so tiny. It just didn't feel like there was a lot of stuff. It was really like a mind-blowing perspective to see at the time. What's up, Saralik? How are you doing today? What's up, Sophist? Welcome in. Enjoy the sub. Sophist, thank you for paying forward the gift you got from Saladino. I appreciate it. First time gifting us some in the channel. That means a lot. Thank you, thank you. And Rund got it. I hope Rund is doing well. Rund, you will be remembered if you're around. And yeah, thank you, Sophist. Thank you so much. The Notes boss was not a saga. No, we did well. We did well. I'm really happy that it's done, I will say. This is very satisfying now that it's done. And it's going to be so much more practical with how everything is laid out clearly, and I know where things are. Ah, this is so much better. Fascinating. So we can now go to Liurnia because that's where we're going to start exploring, huh? Yeah. Fantastic. Yeah, do I still have that file? If I still have that file, I would like to show you guys, because that shit was crazy. Where would it be? It would be in my old hard drive, and it would be maybe in the documents. I'm about to start my first playthrough too. People say this game's easier than other Souls games. I think it's one of those things where I think the reason why it's easier, I think the game's actually harder. You will find harder bosses in Elden Ring than any other Souls-like. I can safely say that. But the difference is that if something gets you stuck, you can just go somewhere else, right? You can just go explore somewhere else, and so you have options to avoid the danger until you're ready for it. To a certain extent, right? Whereas in older games, you could not do that. Like, if you were stuck, you were stuck. Like, if there's a wall and that's the only way you can go, well, you have to beat it, right? So I think that was a big factor in why people think it's easier. I think overall it's more accessible. I think that is true. It's more accessible because there's a few more like convenient stuff and all that, right? Yeah. But yeah, it also depends if you're gonna use summons or not. I guess that's true. I'm trying to find, I don't know where. don't know where I got this. In here, maybe? Oh, it's not in document, it's gonna be in download or some shit. Does it matter losing souls? I mean, does it matter? Yes, because, you know, it's souls that you can't spend, but does it really matter on the long run? Nah, you're gonna lose souls anyway. Millions and millions of souls, probably, over the course of your entire playthrough. Ultimately, it does not matter too much. You can't get stuck, right? You can't... There's nothing you can acquire in the game that you can't farm again if you want to. I mean, I guess it's upsetting if you lose a bunch of souls and... from a boss, for instance, because like it makes you feel like you can't get those souls back because it was a boss soul, right? But realistically, that's just you can, you know, you can just get them in another way. Okay, I was able to get what I wanted to show you guys. Hold on. Is that gonna work? Can I not get this? Do I need to put it in a copy? No, copy. Open in File Explorer and then one second. I just want to show you guys that file because I think it's hilarious. Where is it? There it is. So I need to use fucking that. Need to use Chrome. Is it just not finding it? Come on. There you go. Look at this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an entire novel. That is a full 500 pages, 100 and something thousand words novel. The yellow stuff is the stuff that I've done for editing work. That was part of the editing work we've done. I think it's kind of mind-blowing that it all just fits in a screen like that. It seems so small when you look at it this way, right? I don't know. It doesn't look like much. This is a novel for babies, yeah. And it takes years to write. I don't know, it's just, it's weird how the sense of scale changes based on the perspective you get, you know? Maybe it's just me, maybe I'm just having thoughts that no one else ever does. Anyway, let's see. Are we good with the thing? Yep, we are. Okay. I wish I was more into Souls type games. They're frustrating and hard. Like you kill a whole area and you die to something stupid. Yeah, I mean, I understand it's not for everyone. I personally am very much a big fan of that sort of stuff. I do like the punishing death and, you know, it's just it's part of who I am, I guess. But I understand it's not going to be for everyone, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's... Ultimately, you never lose really anything, right? You can always start again, and you can always grind more souls, and you can always... There's no mistake that completely ruins your playthrough forever. You can fail some quests if you're not doing, you know, if you're making mistakes, I guess, but that's kind of part of the experience, I guess. You just make mistake, you fail some quests, and then in the future you play again and maybe this time you get it. I tried to start Mortal Shell today, couldn't even do the first part. Mortal Shell is weird. It's kind of hard to get used to, I think. But the combat system is great. And I'm excited for the second game. Alright, there we go. The notes are organized. We're ready to take more of them. Just as we're getting ready to explore Liurnia of the Lakes. Finally. I'm so excited. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be a story for tomorrow. 150 hours. The notes are organized. We can go to Liurnia. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here tonight. I know tonight was a weird stream. It definitely wasn't the usual show. It was a filler episode. We're gonna call it, like, you know, we're gonna call it a filler episode. And tomorrow we'll get back into the proper adventure. If you don't mind waiting for the raid, I would appreciate you guys waiting tonight, because we have an opportunity to do something we've never had a chance to do before. And that is raiding Brendan. Brendan, who is the only person who raids me at this point. Very, very often. I have the chance to raid him back. Usually he's not streaming when I'm done, but he is streaming now. He's playing Street Fighter 6. He's back from his vacation. So we're gonna say hi to Brendan. The Brendan, yeah. The one and only. But yeah, thank you guys for being here and the amazing amount of support tonight for what basically amounted to me doing the stuff that I should have probably done from the start, which was organizing my notes instead of just taking them randomly. Hopefully we can maintain that level of organization as we keep adding tons and tons of notes. But yeah, I hope you guys found some enjoyment or relaxation or whatever you found during the stream. I hope it was worth it. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. Man, I'm so glad we get to raid Brendan. That's so unique. And we never get it. It feels so weird to do it. But I'm really happy about that. Anyway. Yeah. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.